Don't want Russell to be up there. It's not where I want it to be just yet. So who we need to fire today, Timmy? People didn't show up to work today.
Yeah, I'm gonna create a list.
Harvey's on it first.
Ah, seems Dollar doesn't want to play ball, huh? Not yet, at least.
Nope.
Wouldn't we want to look at the euro as well for that one? Maybe.
You mean for the dollar? Against the dollar?
Yeah, just for this play. Because it's on a tear.
We could, as a safe haven, but because let me see. Yeah, because
it's almost going parabolic, so
yeah. Which is probably holding everything as well. Yep, it could just be a no trade, and no trade is just as good as a trade in my book.
Look at that. Shouldn't euro is really going parabolic. Maybe there's a fade play there.
I think you just are upset about that euro trade and you're trying to get something
Revenge?
back. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
No, I mean, I'm joking. There could be a play in there.
Could have some reaction, yeah.
No reaction whatsoever. No trade. I'm sorry for whoever is following me or whoever listens to me. I don't trade actively. It's not action-packed trading, so it could get boring.
Maybe you need to adopt like the Jim Cramer personality. Just scream a bit more.
Yeah, but then that's just misleading people. Like Kramer, he was the first furu in history.
He certainly was.
It's such a full of shit.
Well, we basically had a top tick.
Yeah, we did have a top tick, but I'm not getting much of anything from anywhere else.
My euro is really
ribbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything just yet. Let's get a bottom tick on the dollar, and then maybe we'll take a stab.
Yes, IWM 05. Don't think there's a play, huh?
I don't think so.
Look at Euro. Yeah.
Euro's just ripping, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a new game out. I think it's called a Finalist or Final. Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think it's that great, to be honest.
How come?
So for casual gaming, it might be quite okay, but
I don't know. My friends trying to get me into it. It's chaotic as hell, dude.
yeah. So from what I've been told, it's a bit imbalanced.
Oh,
Unbalanced.
they probably do that because they want you to buy stuff.
And is it pay to win? Or is it just skins? I think
I don't know actually.
I think it's just skins.
I'm not too sure. I can't really.
I haven't touched a video game though in ages now. Don't even play CS anymore.
Ooh. You like to play the game of the markets.
Mm-hmm. I think IWM is accepting the 05. So it's 06 next. Because we should have seen some kind of reaction.
It's so thin.
Good morning.
Hey, morning.
You.
Okay, a little bit of a reaction now. All right, might want to take this. Do I? Fuck, it doesn't look great. That's a lot of selling. I kind of want to take it. I just don't like the area where it's in. I'll put an order in though. But I did get the reaction I want from the dollar, the Russell, including even IWM.
Some of your brokers allow you to.
If it
put
ticks
text
back
in there
up to
too,
where I
as you can
want
see
it,
I've
I'll
done.
take it. But
Shows
if
up here
not,
on the
then,
right.
you know,
And so
'cause this could
that
potentially
is how
fall
we can
in
derive levels, and these levels are treated like any other support
the
resistance
Russell I'm
level.
speaking of.
And there's and sort of
for
like
new
gamma
low-
levels, the
new
areas
low
with the
today.
largest amount.
Potentially. But it yeah, well, can go a lot lower than that. I don't want to chase it. Yeah. Don't really love where it stopped either, but we'll see. What you trading, Risky?
Looking at oil, seeing
Long
if
or
it
short?
could. I have a long bias as long as 74.80 holds.
Okay.
But that's just based of it retouching yesterday's single prints from the RTH session.
Hmm.
So it tried to go down and test it now during the overnight session, but failed to really do anything at that point.
Did you trade yesterday?
I did not,
Oh, okay. I thought you
but
did.
I kept track of what's going on.
Hmm.
So
So let's say you
Have
got
a
some
late
balls. Got some balls to trade yesterday.
yesterday was in AF from looking at it. There's not a hell of a lot happening.
Nope. That's why I'm lowering size too. Pointless.
Do you like the price action on IWM for a short? I don't see it, to be honest.
I don't. No, not really. Which is interesting because, yeah, I don't see it actually. Whoops. I am in though, but we'll see. It's just for half size. I would like to see where it goes from here.
What economic data released at 2 p.m.? I was kind of out of it because focused on something else meanwhile.
Yesterday?
No, today. There was something that rug pulled oil really hard, but haven't figured out what.
The Richmond? The Richmond manufacturer?
Yeah, maybe.
It's not really highly rated, but it could be it.
'Cause I didn't see anything on like my news feeds or anything. Just like all of a sudden at 2 p.m. European Central European time, like that's 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. They just rug pulled it like really hard, and now we're pretty much retesting that breakdown area right now. So if it pulls up, then could go really far.
You have got the 5-year note auction today.
Yeah.
That might have an impact as well. I would venture a guess here and say IWM goes to 06.
You like 06?
So that would just be next GEX target. Wait, did the open interest just increase massively? Wait, do I have to check something? So what would that be?
30-year bonds almost ups like 0.6% on the day. Like, okay. What the? Oh.
Hmm. So either they sold off 5 calls now.
Sorry, say that again?
They might have just sold some of 5 calls on IWM, but not that many. I don't know if that is strong enough. Yeah, I don't want to look at that anyway. I want to stop looking at that.
NQ just hit an interesting area. Though nothing too interesting right now.
Is it breaking now?
Yeah.
Fuck me ass. If that's really what I just saw live, I'm gonna kick my ass. Could have taken it.
Yeah, that's a huge fucking sell in NQ and an ES.
There's something again?
What's the dollar doing? Nothing.
I mean, with the exchange rates currently, if you're bullish on oil, it would be a cheap time to buy it if from any other currency. Just saying. You bearish or bullish on oil current price?
We kind of talked about. I kind of want to stay away from that. It's quite thin. I think it's actually really thin. So I don't really want to mess with it too much. But you know, from a technical standpoint, it looks one way. You know, location wise, I don't love it. But yeah. Anyways, I'm short again in Russell.
What's your first target? 84? 48? 84.
For the Russell,
Yeah.
short-term target is gonna be price action at the low of the day. Yeah, low of the day. I would say we could potentially get to where did it go? We can go as low as like 69.8. It can go as low as that.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna, if it gets to 69.8, I'll take it right off of there. But if not, then I'm just waiting for price action to show me what it is. Did you get short?
No, I was looking at my gigs and was contemplating if these are sold calls.
Oh,
I just hit, so I didn't do it.
I got short at 90.7. But, you know, I also took one stop earlier.
I don't know, it's a bit scary for me because all the money went into it yesterday. Right?
Yeah. Doesn't look too scary right now.
Now works like a charm.
Well, you know, you never know, right? It's we're all just managing money, right? We're just managing positions, managing money, and just trying to take the best asymmetrical risk reward possible, and that's it. Right? So I don't know.
Yeah, but what you're looking at now, 4-1, right?
I am looking at, you mean target?
Yeah, for low of the day? Oh no.
Low of the day, 81s.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the reason why I said what I just said was because a lot of people like they do this whole I told you so, I told you so. It's like, dude, we're all just trying to, you know, hit a good asymmetrical trade. That's all it fucking really is. And to say I told you so, it has nothing to do with it because it, you know,
It's
doesn't
an
shit.
ocean out there.
Yeah, we can all be right and wrong at the same time. So I just find it funny when people's like, I told you. It's like, dude, you got it right once. Calm down.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels good to say it, right? Sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely does feel good. I'm not going to, you know, I love it too. But, you know, you also have to, it's not about being humble either. It's just about like keeping in mind, it's like, hey, everyone's going to be right and wrong and possibly all at the same time. So.
Yeah, little anarchist out there.
You know. This is interesting action. I want to bring everything to break even.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm looking at the IWM zeros. You have some gamma crush for the 06 strike, but the 05 strike is holding up basically. And I don't really see any interest in the 04 strike. So yeah, I shouldn't say I don't see any interest. It's not increasing right now.
My call for the top tick was one top tick too early. Son of a bitch.
Now they're looking to do it.
Yeah, I can actually even pull up my stop loss even more because again, this is not like a big time frame trade. I'm not looking for this to get crazy.
That's what it looked like for me, Piotr.
Excuse me?
Piotr and I have been
Oh.
talking about the same trade.
Pulled up my stop loss. Pulled down the stop loss. Wow, I'm out. That thing got bought up really quick. Basically, both trades, including the stop loss and this most recent trade, I made $80. So that's pretty shitty. But better than losing. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I would have loved to confirm your trade via Gex, but it doesn't look like they want to do it for me still.
It's all right. Made a little money, not great, but it's fine. Oh, God.
It looks Euro wants to break out as well again.
What does?
Euro.
Euro.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, today's a I don't know day. Truthfully.
Holy shit, someone is hungry on the fucking hitting the bids, like refilling the bids on oil. Went down, retested the low, and then someone just reloaded.
Yeah, Euro is up. Oil, you say? Does it look like?
Went down, tested the lows. Now it's coming back up to the previous tests of the.
Around 80 or what?
75.13 on CLG4.
Where was the reloading?
Yeah, around 80s. They started reloading at roughly 74.88. Then it puked a little bit lower, and then they really they pushed the bids up, just trailed the bids after the market orders, all the way up till roughly 75s, and then stopped. Pretty aggressive move.
Delta is
how
not short
slow
on the
the-
Globex.
Considering how slow the move down from 75s to 7480s was, the move up was surprisingly fast. Very aggressive. Price-wise, not volume-wise.
Wow. So there was a system-wide issue, right, for QQQ option strikes on Amex, Budsbox, CBOE, EdgeX, Emerald.
Can't believe they bought up that entire rip down on ES, more or less.
They want to get everyone and their mother long.
Then they're probably
As
going to have to
Har-
push
as-
the all-time high pretty hard if they're going to do that.
As Harvey said. Yeah.
I mean, ES is almost there. We just need to push like on SPX at least. We all need to push like an additional, what's that, like 40 points, and we're at all-time highs. There's some net, like big net seller here at 7513s to 7506 on crude. That is net selling here. I don't know if there's someone, a big producer that's locking in prices or what's going on. Something like acting like very hard resistance here.
Yeah, Globex Delta is mostly short on oil.
Yeah, definitely. DXY is just keeps fucking ripping lower. Like, what the fuck? Well,
I think that's the euro, because I've. If you look at the options market for the euro USD, it's pretty skewed to the upside, like majorly. So they want prices there.
I feel like we might get a rogue pull at the end of the day. Just back to value, yesterday's value.
Ma'am? Hi. All right, these are just the quantifiers. These aren't the questions. Ready?
Yes.
Again,
Right.
it's just day trade.
Are you of 18?
Yes, sir.
Do I have
No
permission to
reason.
record?
Yes.
No spicy language, please. I don't like to edit. I'm lazy, okay?
I get it.
Same question to you.
Yes. Yes, I'm over 18 and yes, I consent to being recorded.
And no spicy language.
No. No spicy language.
It's just, I'm trying
Staying
to,
right here.
yeah, just, okay.
What's the light sliding?
Yeah,
No,
well,
these
that's a
lantern
bit what I
things.
said,
Okay.
right?
All right, well, we'll go with this.
Rogue pull?
First question to you, ma'am.
Yeah, the
it
mostly
comes
the
to
easy
hooking up,
trade for the past
the
3
first date,
weeks
the
has
third
been
date, or the
selling
fifth?
at the money puts
Third
at
date.
the open,
Third, and you?
which forces
Honestly,
MMs
probably
to
I'd say
go
the third
long
date too.
in the under
All right,
and the
let's
futures
get-
to hedge.
No.
Oh, no, we gotta go back. You said it depends on
And
what.
then around
Have you- okay.
mid
On
to
the
afternoon,
Have you ever hooked up on the
buy them back,
first?
and that forces a bit of a sell,
When I
but
was
not
going through my
that
phase.
Ah!
Yes, I did.
Oh man, I knew
because
I
was
the
misbehaving.
dealers
All right, well,
will be
you know,
mostly delta
I'm sure you're a
neutral,
good
and
girl
it
now.
works
You
like a
wait-
charm
you wait
because the
better.
markets
You
are so
wait at least-
thin. So the impact is even greater.
16, 20 dates now, right?
Even
Exactly. That's
probably
what I
not
figured.
doing
All right,
that.
let's
They've
get
been
to the
doing
real
that
questions.
since.
I'm not
like,
walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning asking these stupid questions.
Ah.
I almost broke my own rule.
Oh my god.
Ready?
Yes.
probably
Spit
early
or swallow?
December.
Okay, so spit because I hate to say it. I have literally thrown up before.
Wow, this was okay. This gives you.
Before. So spit because I hate
Everybody
to say it.
went nuts when we
I
had
have
that
literally
big
thrown up before.
drop off on Wednesday.
Wow, this was okay. This gets even better.
So spit because I hate to say it. I have literally thrown up before.
Wow, this was okay. This gets even better.
Trying to swallow.
Same question.
No comment.
You don't want to participate?
No.
Okay. Can I?
My job I cannot.
Okay. Let me just finish with her.
Yes, finish with
All right. 2 more. 3 more. Okay. Ready? The front door, the back door, or both?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't even know what you mean by that question. Front door, back door is in front.
Look at me. I'm doing it. All right. As in all surveys, we have a bonus round. Down for the bonus round?
Depends.
Well, we're gonna go down the rabbit hole, but it won't be too far down.
Okay.
All right. Look, everybody's gonna want to see your outfit. That's all.
I'm in a NASCAR. Dale
Just turn it down. All right. 2 more questions. We're out of here. Ready?
Yeah.
Thong or commando? Color?
Black.
Final question. We're out of here. Ready?
Yeah.
Favorite position? Doggy, cowgirl, reverse cowgirl, or mish?
I'm from Texas, so
Oh, cowgirl, baby! All right. When we get done, say I love puppy. 1, 2, 3.
But
I love prepping.
Peace.
the Russell didn't really give me a good entry. Oh shit, I totally missed that. ES actually gave it, and they already made the new low of the days. Fuck.
Euro broke out again.
Bam! There you go. Now we got live streaming option data coming right into your computer. Finance family, it's your other brother Adam Give Bags, and today we're going to be getting live stream.
So
What's up?
I feel like we have to wait till 2 o'clock now.
No, I agree with you. That's why I'm thinking about closing up Scream and working on some other back testing shit.
If I execute this code, I am going to be streaming data within milliseconds. Now, this is options, real live data. And as you can see, within this block, every time that we go across these bars, I'm seeing how many trades are going every 10 milliseconds. Now, the amount of data that's being
that's at 1.
pushed through this API every 10 milliseconds is incredible. And having access to real live trade options data within this time frame is really a big advantage of this API. So let's explore how Theta Data is able to do this and what we're able to do with this level, trade level data, in terms of our own analysis. So in this video, we're going to be going through 3 parts. We're going to be looking at how you can actually access real-time streaming of trades data from the Theta Data API. We're then going to go, if you're interested in a specific underlying and specific contracts on that underlying, how you can actually isolate them within the real-time
I'm gonna close up streaming. I'll
and
be
then we're gonna
back
take it
later.
one step
I'll be
further.
here,
Instead
so
of
just PM me if
printing-
you guys have any questions. Cool.
Really right.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
all that trade information to the console. What we're going to do is actually package that and concatenate that into a pandas data frame and dictionary format, so then you can use that in real time.
Break through that 75 area.
For your own analysis. So without further ado, let's get into it. Let's actually just import our
I
indices
think I'm
first.
not gonna trade anything today, actually. I think Swiss made a new high.
So we've got
Every
OS
currencies
system.
are making, some currencies just made a new high.
In
I
relation
think
to the
Dixie
US.
is, yeah. See, Dixie didn't stall here. So, I don't know how much downsides we have for...
We're going to look at how you
indices,
can actually
probably not
identify
much,
informative
just
trading
how
activity by looking at the
us
tick by tick trade level data. We're going to use an algorithm called the bulk volume classification algorithm, which is used to aggregate a number of trades to then understand the trade flow and classify whether there's a predominant buy or sell signal. This could possibly be used for a momentum type indicator or to help
Joe,
market
did you get some
makers
sleep?
understand the risk and how to adjust pricing. So how are we going to get this trade level tick by tick data? Well, we're going to be utilizing the Theta Data API. This is an API where we can get either historical
Pickle, NumPy, and Pandas, and then we've got date time. time, as well as the Theta data classes that you can see we're importing there. So all my code is going to be available on my website, so please feel free to take a look in the link in the description. Now the next things that I've got here is the Theta Data API account details. So here I've got my username.
06 Piotr now. They are actually building interest below. Oh, 3. Let me show you. Not much yet.
And password being passed in through the environmental variables. Here I have real-time intraday streaming. So the first thing we need to define is a callback function. So the callback function is just a method that we get to generate every time a new message comes through for the stream of information. So here I'm isolating if the message is of type stream message type trade, then I'm going to print out the contract details, the trade details, and then the last bid-ask quote of the time of the trade. So first thing we have to do after that is then actually create our Theta Data client with our username and password. And as you can see, I'm going to have a pro tier account, so then I will be eligible for live streaming. I'm going to connect my callback function, and then I'm just going to request the full trade stream of options data. And this subscribes to every option trade actually processed. And as you can see, it's just printing out an incredible amount of trades. So I'm going to quickly kill that. So still scrolling down, trying to remove the amount of trades that have been done. So obviously there's an overwhelming number of trades that are happening every millisecond, as I tried to show in the opening of this video. So now once I've actually closed that trade information, what I can do is to actually close the stream completely, I'm just going to go client.close. So obviously that's an overwhelming amount of information to be printed to the terminal at any given time. So we need an organized way of actually streaming that data. So what I'm going to do, we're going to take a step back and we're going to access some of the other important properties through Theta Data API. I want to get all contracts of all expiries for, let's say, underlying Amazon. So the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to set up a get expirations function, and we're going to do this for a specific ticker, Amazon in this case. we're going to create our Theta Data client within this function, and then we're going to connect to the terminal and we're going to do a request, which is get expirations for a specific ticker, and then return that as data. So if I make the request with the API, we can see that the root Amazon ticker, we can just get back all the expirations that the API has within the database. This is a lot of information historically as well, but maybe we're only interested in the actively traded contracts into the future. So, for example, market makers are not forced to show quotes on all options. So we're going to only look at the main options that are not non-standard options like the weekly or quarterly expirations. So we're going to look for the third Friday of every week expirations, and we're going to extract that using every week. Expirations, and we're going to extract that using some pandas date ranges. So the trading days that we're interested in is from the 24th of January through to the end of 2024. We're going to look for the third Friday in every month, and then we're going to find the intersection of those monthly contracts that actually are within that subset. So we're going to convert this from Python list to a pandas data frame, and what we get is our monthly expirations that we're interested in and interested in getting our live information about. Now, once we've actually got those contracts, we then need to get the strikes for all those actively open contracts. So the way we'll do that is we're going to use the get strikes function from Theta Data. So we're going to build a function again. Here we're going to connect to the terminal, but this time we're going to actually build up a dictionary in Python called all strikes, and this is what we'll actually be returning. Now we're going to run through all the expiration dates that we've just identified here in month expirations, and we're going to make a request for every expiration date for that specific ticker. And we're going to build up this dictionary by actually indexing, or actually using the key of expiration date, and then returning the actual strikes that we get back from Theta Data. So once we do this, we can build up our data frame for each one of those month expiries, and we're going to pickle that information down just so we can have it for easy access later. So as you can see, the API is connecting, and for each one of these expiries, we've just returned a bunch of strikes. So how does that look like? Well, now I can actually reference and open and read my pickled data strikes, and just so we understand what's going on, within the first expiration of my data frame there, month expirations, I've got February the 17th, and then, for example, the 13th strike on February 17th is 78. So now we're going to go into actually streaming the live contracts. So again, I'm going to open a Theta Data client, and we'll wait while it's connecting to the servers that my account is permitted for. So I've got the streaming account there. I'm going to connect the same callback function that we developed before. And now I'm going to run through for my route ticker, Amazon, and different option types. For each expiry, for each strikes, I'm going to add that specific contract to the required trade stream using the rec_trade_stream_op function. So I'm going to add each one of these specific contracts that I'm interested in following to the Theta Data live streaming class. So if we just press go on that, you'll see that I'm only printing out now Amazon options that are traded and the specific information. So now you can see this is a lot less overwhelming, the information, and I'm specifically only interested in this information on this contract. So now it's become a lot more useful. So I have partnered with Theta Data on this channel, and the reason I've done that is because I believe in the power of this API. So on top of that. So we've got a dictionary that we're building up here that we're actually going to be able to combine this real-time data that's coming through from our API stream, and we're going to build up a global dictionary because we need to be able to reference it in that callback function. So we've got a dictionary that we're building up here that we're actually going to be able to combine this real-time data that's coming through from our API stream, and we're going to then create and build up this dictionary, which will be full of pandas data frames, which we're just going to concatenate together when we get new information. This way, in real time, we'll actually be able to do real-time analysis on this data. So here we're going to loop through the options types. We're going to loop through the expiries. So first off, we're going to create a dictionary for each expiry. And then for each expiry, we have a number of strikes. So we'll loop through for each strike. So now we have trades data for a particular expiry, for a particular strike. We have another dictionary. And then inside that, we have either a put or a call. So for each put and call, what we're going to do, we're going to create a pandas data frame with the following characteristics. The milliseconds of the day, so really the time of the trade, the sequence number, the size, the condition, the price, and then the trade date. So this is all the information, the trade-specific information that we're interested in, and this actually mimics the historical requests that we can do to Theta Data for option series. This will be useful in the future if we want to do analysis both historically and in real time. We can combine these data frames. So now we're actually going to define our callback function, which is where we're going to build up this dictionary depending on what trade has just been done. So if the message type is identified as a trade, Well, then we're going to work out what the expiry was, the strike, and the option type. That's going to be used to subsection our dictionary that we already have. And then we're going to use pandas concat, to actually take whether that is an empty data frame or an already traded data frame with information. But at the start, it'll of course be empty. We're going to concatenate that with our new trade information. So here we just have a pandas data frame with those characteristics. And again, we use the message.trade information that we're interested in to be able to get the respective columns data. So we've got MS of day, sequence, size, the condition. You can see here I'm having to do some string formatting to replace a particular part of that condition. We've got the price and we've got the date. I'm also setting the index as a unique sequence as the trade sequence. I'm then concatenating, I'm ignoring the index. I am not ignoring the index, sorry, because we should have a unique index as sequence there. We can then open the client terminal. And again, Theta Data is establishing with my subscription which servers I'm connected to, and once the streaming is connected to, I can connect my new callback function and then add my specific contracts that I'm interested in, which is all of the Amazon contracts that are actively being traded in the future. And once trades start coming through, then I can see the trades coming through here. I can see the different conditions of these trades. I can see the sizes. So I'm still printing this to terminal just for a visual effect. But if I close that terminal now, I want to see how my actual data frame is being built up. So I'm just going to look at the pandas data frames within all these contracts that aren't empty and print them to the terminal. So here you can see I'm printing my pandas data frames that have actually been actively traded in the last 10 seconds that I've just seen. And this is the information that's live and relevant and that you could use for your real-time analysis. So in this video, we've been through how you can actually use the Theta Data API to then stream real live trades of all trades information that's going through. We've then subsectioned this to an underlying and all contracts on this underlying that you would be interested in streaming. We've taken it one step further where we can actually use this information, not only print it to terminal, but then build up a pandas data frame and dictionary for all these contracts that we're interested in to actually then be able to use this for future analysis or real-time analysis on the contracts that you're interested in following. Now, if you're interested in tick level information like me, especially if you're interested in historical options analysis and now real-time streaming of options trade level and open interest data, then I really encourage you to take a look at Theta Data. Now, here on the channel, I've obviously got an active collaboration with Theta Data, but the reason that is because I think 15% off for 2 months if I execute this code,
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can stream live level 2 book download address to the documentation here. I'll leave a link in the description. And the first endpoint that we'll want to look at here is in their REST API. So you go to market data endpoints here and then order book. We can request a snapshot of the order book to a given depth. So this will give us a response that looks like this, and it will give us the bids and the asks to the required depth that we ask for here. So if I set a limit of 5 here, a depth of 5, it's going to give me the top 5 bids and asks. So that's what this does here, and it allows us to request up to 5,000 different price levels here, and just have that delivered to us via REST API, and then save that down. There are 2 lower than a WebSocket connection, so you're not going to be able to realistically attain consistent 100 millisecond updates on your order book, especially if you're requesting multiple pairs, whereas that's very easily accomplished using a WebSocket. But how do we keep that we'll need is a WebSocket stream down here. So the next endpoint that we'll need is a WebSocket stream down here. And what we can do is we can stream the differences in the order book over a given period of time. So you can select either 1 second or 100 milliseconds. And every interval, Binance will push this information to you. So the changes in the order book. So if we go back to an example here, you can see socket levels are appearing and disappearing. If I subscribe to this WebSocket, I'll get updated every single time that happens. If more volume is added for this example here, on the bid side, this price level of 0.0024 now has a key, and we just need to update our order book with. Let's jump in since that's how we interact with WebSockets using the WebSockets library. So you'll also need that. So from WebSockets, import connect. We'll also need a few other libraries. So I'll import AIO files. Asynchronous are going to need to import which is requiring the data pair. So BTC USD statement function. So you have the environment of the function example. If you're in a regular Python IDE like I'm in now, to run, if you're in Visual Studio Code or something similar, you'll want to run this coroutine using async io.run. And then enclose within that the function name and any arguments. So if I run this now, we get a nice message. But if I just try to do order book download here, and then just give it some random string, you can see it never actually runs. It just gives us this warning, and the hello never gets printed. So that was just a quick reminder on how to run async IO coroutines function here. This is the format that we want. So we want a symbol at station, WS, grab that. And I'll just put this, and then we need to pay attention to the format because we want to subscribe to a particular stream. So we only want one stream in this example. So I'm going to use this format. Although you can subscribe to multiple streams using this format. All you have to do is change the URL. So it's /ws/stream name. And as we saw before, the stream name is symbol at depth, or symbol at depth at 100 out, and see what that looks like. So it's /ws/ the symbol at depth. One thing that's peculiar to Binance here is that the symbol has to be lowercase when subscribing to a WebSocket. So I'm just going to create a pair lower here, and that's just going to be pair.lower. We'll just make sure that the pair is actually in lowercase here. And then when we subscribe to the WebSocket, we can be confident that it's going to work. I've had that happen to me a few times, where the REST API wants the value in uppercase, but the WebSocket wants the value in lowercase. So you have to be careful with your strings here. Okay, that's great. We've got our URL. Now let's subscribe to the WebSocket. And we can do that here really, really easy with this connect here that we imported from the WebSockets library. So we just need to do async with connect. Then we pass in the URL as WebSocket. So this handy subscribing that it responds with all of that for us, also handle gracefully disconnecting from the WebSocket. So WebSocket, we want to get updates to our order book. So we'll do data equals await WebSocket dot now our data here, so we can have a look at it. And our async io.run here should get that going. Looks like the server rejected our URL here, and it's because I forgot to set this to an F string. It should work now. There we go. You can see we're getting all of these arrays here of price. This is for BTC USD. Gratuitous amount of new bids and asks frequently updated. So we'll do uni USDT, for example. And then if we try that, you'll see we get a much more manageable amount of bids and asks to be handling, subscribing. And then if we want to continually get data from this WebSocket, we can just wrap this up in a while true loop here. So while true, get updates and print the update. And this will repeat continuously until we use Control-C to stop it. Second here, stop it. Seconds there, if some implications when you try and record our data here, works if down about the raw text file, AIO, other async. I'm going to do, and then I'll date time field add. So this will create the file if it doesn't exist, and if it does exist, we're just going to append to the end. And all I want to do here is write to that file this data that we received here. So if I just go ahead and check the data type of this data here, so I'll just leave that pass, and we'll print the type of the data here. So print type of data. You'll see that this data is actually a string. So it's not a dictionary as you might expect. It's actually a string. Looks like I really mangled this date time here. So it's datetime.now.date. There we go. So we should start getting updates in a second. And you can see all of these updates are actually strings passed through the WebSocket. They're not dictionaries as they might appear, which is actually quite handy for us since we're saving everything down as text. And therefore, all we need to do is add a new line at the end of each string, and then our final file will have each update on its own line. When we replay the order book later on, we just have to go line by line through the updates. So we'll await the writing here. So write data plus a new line. Otherwise, they'll all be on one line. If you're not familiar with the await syntax here, it basically just tells Python that while this job is running, so while it's writing to the disk, if there's nothing to do, feel free to go and do something else. That's essentially what this await syntax means here. And then when the data has been written down to disk, continue with this function as normal. So this should work here if I get rid of all of this, or maybe I'll leave the print data here so we can watch the updates come in. We should have them all saving down to a file here. So you can see you've got uni USDT updates, and I can just follow this here. So if I do tail, then uni this, tail -f, I can watch these updates come in. So they're all saving down properly to disk, which is a relief. And so that's how we get the updates. I can watch this. You can see you've got, we should leave the print data here so we can watch the updates come in. We should have them all saving down to a file here. So you can see you've got uni
streaming options price data from the TD Ameritrade API in Python. So it's important to note this video has two parts. Essentially, first we have to get a contract name from the HTTP client, and then we have to feed that name into the streaming client to subscribe to that options stream. So first thing, of course, we import our modules here, and then this first block of code goes to the HTTP client, and then it accesses Apple contract data, and that gives us a name that we're going to feed to the streaming client. So if you haven't seen accessing data from the TD API, you can check out the beginning fundamentals there. Here we have the documentation for the HTTP client. So you have all your authentication. And so we have authentication up here, and then we're going to call our get options chain. And then we're going to dig into the JSON data to extract all of the options data for that specific option. So I'm going to go ahead and just run that through. And then here is all of the data for our Apple June 17, 1:30 call. And what we need please use this knowledge for good. Don't go from the TD Ameritrade API in 3 easy steps. First, we're going to create a client and authenticate to connect to the TD API. Then we're going to choose our contract name, and we're going to go ahead to TD API docs. And then right here, pop into your read the docs, and you can basically go down to the API before I'll log into your TD Ameritrade account, because you're going to need it when we pull the contract name. So I'm going to put all this code here on my GitHub. The link's going to be in the description. You can basically copy and paste it and you'll be good to go. We're just going to go ahead and start our script here. First thing we want to do is import our modules. We've got modules here that come from the TD API library. And then what I'm doing here is I'm importing my credentials from another file so that y'all can't get your dirty hands on them. Then we're going to import this in Nest Asyncio. So this is helpful if you're in Jupyter Spider or any IPython environment to use these asynchronous functions. Now, what we have here is our authentication block, and then this can be found directly in the documentation. So if you flip back over to the streaming documentation here, basically you can just copy and paste this whole block here. Now you have live stream, Brother Adam, Git. So, and then you're going to be the real. I'm going to walk you through the file and how we're going to get it going. So first off, let's give a shout out Alex Golek and Part-Time Larry. Alex made the TD API library. Just really good stuff. One thing when you're after you do your imports, if you're running like an IPython environment, you're going to have difficulty with the Asyncio module here. So I have some extra code that allows you to use the async module inside of Jupyter Spider or any Python environments. So that'll help fix some of those error messages there. I found an article on the internet. You can check it out. All right, next we're having an authentication flow here. It's different than the HTTP client authentication.
All right, so this video is going to talk about the TD request. First, I'm just before coding, and then I'm going to show how the program is structured, and then you'll want a general understanding of Python, of course. You'll need a TD Ameritrade developer account, and you'll want to make a new app with the callback URL of https/localhost. And you'll also want to save the consumer key from there for use in the program. And you'll also need a TD Ameritrade account with access to real-time options. And these are the requirements for the wrapper. Install web only is to read it if you want. I don't think. Overview of OAuth 2.0 is that OAuth 2.0 is a way of authentication that allows you to get tokens and so you can have access to the API. So you'll ask for these tokens using the consumer key of the app code that you get from authorizing the link. It's a complex process, but it'll make more sense later in the video when I actually show an example, which I'll show later. This token make so the refresh on the access token is we will authorize our app using the generated link. I'll show that later. Generated link basically uses the consumer key and a couple other things. You would open it in like Google Chrome, and then you would sign into that link above a consumer key, or sorry, to get the access token and the refresh token. That's what post access token will return. Now, when you refresh the access token, this one doesn't require any user input. We use the consumer key and the refresh token to return multiple files, but we have a user.login. This checks the token file, checks to make sure that if the refresh token is an access token is expired, then can user tokens, all that bunch of glue. After you call, of course, here I have a folder of the GitHub repo project looks like. You'll be greeted with this first. You can open up main.py, but what you need to edit is the globals.py file. Now, my globals.py file has my credential in it, so I can't exactly just show it. And this down here is also blurred or maybe blacked out, just because the link that you open to authenticate it also has some of your information in there. So inside of globals.py, you want to put your consumer key. The callback URL should be the same. You'll want to put in your account username and account number. These aren't required for sure, but for some functions they are used. I'm not sure so much about account.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today I'll be showing you guys how to get real-time options data in bulk using the TD Ameritrade API. Here are some of the packages we're going to require. I'm going to set up a new environment and assign my API key so that we can make requests. I'm also going to read in my refresher token. I actually made a tutorial on how to get these tokens, and I'll go ahead and recommend that video at the end of this one. But essentially all this is just a list that contains my keys, which is my access token and refresher token.
Okay, so I've been getting more and more requests to do actually be, I'm going to use, and this should have the Node Package Manager. And so if you look for WSCat,
The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70. The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliseconds, no doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliseconds. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now, cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time frame. The reaction speed of cats is quite remarkable, ranging from 0 to 70 milliseconds, no doubt about it. In the mammal world, this is the ceiling for combined attack and defense reaction speed. To understand their lightning-fast reactions, we can use snakes as a reference. The attack speed of snakes typically falls between 40 to 70 milliseconds. In other words, snakes can launch an attack in as little as 0.04 to 0.07 seconds. Now, cats, on the other hand, can assess risks and make evasive or even counterattack moves within this time frame.
If you guys can't tell, Keith and I have known each other for several years now. Y'all are not the first group I've stopped with Keith. He's a bad man. Don't follow him. No, I'm kidding. He's a great guy. Y'all are the ones that stayed with me the whole time. Guys, let me explain something to you. I'm not out here to be a jerk. I know y'all are all adults and you know how to ride. There are factors that play into those of you that aren't coming home, okay? You cannot count on everything. You have soccer moms that pull out of their driveways, deer that run out of the woods. You have Farmer Brown on his tractor, and all it takes is that one slip up. Like I've told some of y'all, last week, I myself worked 4 different fatalities. Guys, the county you're riding in is a predominantly rural area. The roads will get you, okay? I don't want to tell your families why you're not coming home. And if I'm working 4 fatalities in 1 week, what is she or the other 8 troopers that are assigned to Waller County working? If you guys can't tell, Keith and I have known each other for several years.
When I tested it, 34.8% more activation out of the lat than out of the bicep. Not bad. Just to make sure you understand the percentage, we're looking at an exercise taking the mean activation of the lats, comparing that to the mean activation of the biceps, and that gap in between is the percentage we're talking about. The larger it is, the better the exercise is at targeting your lats. Welcome to math. When I tested the fixed elbow variation of the one-arm row, I got 73.5% more activation out of the lat than I did out of the bicep. But I didn't stop there. I decided to go one step further and see what happens when I use that same form but take a pronated grip. Because I already know from bicep testing, the rotation of your wrist plays a huge role in your ability to contract your bicep. And it was glorious. 94%. That is the way you should always do them. Again, I'm shocked and disappointed that nobody told me this shit back when I was 14, so I didn't waste my entire life. When I tested it, 34.8% more activation out of the lat than out of the bicep.
far too long, I feel like direct blowback PCCs have ruled the market. But I'm very glad to see that Strybog, not one of the people that I thought would do it, is kind of perfecting what I would consider God's caliber. I don't think it's 45. I actually think it's 10 mil. I'm pretty convinced after this that God's caliber is actually 10 millimeter. I feel like I already want to say good things about this, but before we do, we have to think about our sponsors. And today's based, if you don't use ears, yeah, all the hate aside from the can, I've shot other JK cans that are a lot better than this one. Now, also it's a 45 can. This is 10 mil. Don't know if that affects it. So today, this is one that I got really excited that Strybog reached out and they said, hey, you want to take a peek at the Strybog SP10 A3? And I was like, a blowback, you know, to the. Thanks, Charlie. It takes Glock mags.
You need me to bump it?
Love the MP5. It's roller delayed blowback. I have one. It's one of my favorite guns I own. However, as far as an effective PCC, I'm going to prove that something with a trigger like this is far. Hey, can you come here? I can't do this. I swear this guy doesn't even run drills. He just bump fires. You can't do this with an MP5. Already winning in my book. But let's get into the nitty gritty. We've put about 500 rounds. Not be the most educated, but I can tell you my experience. The rail space, the reason that I went with the GBRS group Hydra was because I just, it looks cool. I was gonna give you a really awesome reason as to, so because if it was, it would break your thumb probably the first time you ever shot it. So thank you, Strybog, for not making it a reciprocating charging handle. That would have been incredibly stupid. I have Chris Vector iron sights on there. That's it. I've never even used so significantly, but damn it, that was both targets. On this channel, let's set up some good old-fashioned targets. Come on, let me show you, yeah. If you're gonna shoot trash, 10 mil will destroy it. Way better than 9 mil, way better than case for the Strybog. Like a truck gun?
I mean, yeah, you could use it as a truck gun. It's still kind of a long boy. More so for like convenience.
Oh, that's a feature.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was pretty.
So if you guys did, if you did want to do a cool foldy boy, you can lock your bolt back, and you can actually do a really high speed reload by dropping your bolt. You just throw the stock, it hits the bolt release. So that's pretty cool. So as far as a PCC goes, I had no hiccups, no jams, none of that. I know that with some of the earlier models of Strybogs, there was like I millimeter downside. You do get 20 round mags. You do not get long boy 30 round curved gang MP5 mags. Shout out to the curved gang. You know who you are. Obviously, the Strybog is a part of the straight gang. I feel like there's a lot more benefits to having being a part of the curved gang, but we're not going to delve into that today.
What is an API? Well, API stands for Application Programming Interface, and really this is a set of rules that allow different software systems to communicate with each other. An API typically lives on some type of server and will manipulate some kind of database. It can handle different requests. So if I'm a user utilizing the API, I send a request to it. My request may contain some different data. Then the API is going to process this request and return to me a response. That response will typically contain data that I was requesting from the API. Typically, your API will manipulate some type of database and allow different access to the database values depending on the set of rules that you set up. In this video, I'll show you how to set up a simple API using Python and Flask in under 10 minutes. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started after a quick word from our sponsor. If you're interested to a new application and generating a unique API token. Now that I have this token, I can access my API securely from anywhere. Look at me doing it here right in Postman. Now,
So I wanted to show you how to go through the authentication process with the TD Ameritrade API. And you can do this for trading without a web server or application. And that's kind of what this video is focused on. So if you go to search for TD Ameritrade APIs, there's a guide on Reddit here that has instructions. And I tried following this, and it was a little challenging, and I made some mistakes. So that's why I wanted to just do a video, and hopefully it would make it a little bit easier. But also, instead of all this copy, paste, and this kind of stuff, we're going to use Zapier, or Zapier. I think it's Zapier because there's Zaps, and automate this. So it's actually going to, once we do the authentication, it'll send us the code that we need, which this refers to. You get the code from the URL. It'll just send it to me in an email, and then that way, you know, I can just cut and paste it. So it kind of makes it a lot easier to use on a regular basis. So the first thing that you have to do is there's going to be on the TD Ameritrade site for the developers, you're going to have to click register, and it's going to come up with a form. You got to fill this in, create a new account, and then it'll say, you know, welcome has been sent to your email address. So I have that up here, and I'm just going to copy this Copy that email address or link to verify the account. And now I need to get a password. So I'm going to all this stuff. So now we're logged in. The next step here is to create an app. And so under my apps, you don't have any apps, so you can add one. And this is really simple. So we're just going to call this, you can call it whatever you want. This doesn't matter. The callback URL, so in the Reddit guide and on the TD Ameritrade guide, it says that you could use like localhost or 127.0.0.1, all this stuff. And since I'm doing this through Zapier, I'm going to use something different. So what I do is we're going to make a news app. And this is going to use their webhooks.
So let's get started creating an app using the TD Ameritrade API. So when I first checked out the TD Ameritrade API, one of the drawbacks was it was a little bit hard to get started with. It was a little hard to figure out how to handle the authentication flow. But once that's done, it's actually pretty easy. Fortunately for us, I was browsing the subreddit algo trading this past week, and a few days ago, this guy.
Welcome back to another than others, but you will at least from this series be able to, from start to finish, create your developer account, register an app, use the information from that app to then go and use this library. Now, with that being said, there are a couple requirements in order to use this application. And so probably the biggest one is you do have to have a TD Ameritrade account, or you have to have access to a TD Ameritrade account. Now, you can create a developer account without having a TD Ameritrade account, but you will find right
Video game designer Brendan explains that scientists put rats inside mazes to study how organisms use their memory to learn, adapt, and evolve as they create an internal map of their world. He always reads these studies because he uses those principles to design his games, and he points out that without memory, humanity would get nowhere. One day, Brendan goes to the beach with his wife Claire and their daughter Sam. They have a wonderful time together, and after a short nap, Sam announces she'll go looking for shells with her Curious George toy, promising not to get in the water. However, while Sam is distracted with the shells, the waves take away the monkey, so she gets in the water to retrieve it. Unfortunately, the sea is too strong, and she never makes it back. The family offers all their support to the parents through the funeral, but Brendan and Claire are still devastated. Claire still feels like this isn't real, and Brendan can barely function. Starts packing up Sam's room. However, Brendan isn't ready yet, and he immediately freaks out as he begs his wife to put everything back in place. When he grabs his daughter's favorite books, he notices the title Berenstain Bears is written with an A, although he remembers it with an E. Later at night, Brendan can't sleep and he suddenly hears a noise. With a bat in hand, he goes to the kitchen and almost attacks, but it's just his brother-in-law Matt raiding the fridge. They share a late-night snack while chatting, and Brendan asks Matt about the book title. Delighted to hear that Matt also thought it was written with E. Since Brendan still can't sleep, he searches for an explanation on the internet and finds thousands of articles about it. Lots of people have the same memory as he does and think it's a conspiracy, but eventually Brendan comes across something called the Mandela Effect, a phenomenon in which a whole group, and its name comes from the fact many people had thought Mandela died in prison. The next morning, while Claire is getting ready to finally return to work, Brendan notices a family picture on their refrigerator. The photo shows the Griffith Observatory, and when Brendan asks, Claire confirms she remembers the picture being taken there. However, Brendan remembers taking that exact same picture at the Pacific Science Center instead. Claire thinks he's just confused and gets back to work. Afterward, Brendan shows Matt what he's found about the Mandela Effect, including a whole explanation and lots of examples, like the death of Mandela himself, Darth Vader's quote, and the spelling of Looney Tunes. Brendan is convinced they're jumping between parallel realities or part of a simulation, but there's lots of documentaries about subjects like With the Subject, which is to ask why God would take the life of a child like Sam. The priest explains that Sam's death wasn't God's plan or desire, it was just a matter of free will, which many consider the greatest gift that God ever gave humanity. When Brendan returns home, he starts investigating free will as part of his obsession. Sometime later, Brendan meets with Matt again and continues to bother him with the subject. Matt explains he talked to a friend of his who is a neurologist, and she explained that our brains aren't perfect, memories get scrambled and there are many gaps that get evidence. Later during dinner, Claire confesses she's worried about Brendan because he's been very withdrawn lately and insists he should share his troubles. Box, she sees the little man actually doesn't have anything on his face. But when she checks the game box, Brendan asks her to describe the Monopoly man and Claire mentions he has a monocle. But when she checks the game box, she sees the little man actually doesn't have anything on his face. Then Brendan brings out Sam's Curious George book, saying the monkey used to have a tail on the drawings and even swearing that Sam's plushie had one as well. Claire doesn't like their daughter's death used like that, but Brendan just keeps going, pointing out that after the funeral Claire even said it didn't feel real. When he starts talking about reality shifting, Claire snaps and scolds Brendan for refusing to move on and pouring his grief new boyfriend. Brendan is lost in thought and barely Peter. Brendan and Claire go out on a double with Matt and his new boyfriend. Brendan is lost in thought and barely paying any attention to the conversation, so he tries to escape to the bar, but Matt reminds him he and Claire need to support each other. Brendan again to research the simulation theory, desperate to find the subject like Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and eventually he comes across the name Roland Fuchs, who is supposed to be working on a way to prove the simulation. However, the video he finds on websites isn't working anymore, so he has to turn to piracy sites that keep a backup of it. The file he downloads is corrupted, but by using special software, he manages to fix it. Again, and Brendan's left with nothing. Refusing to give up, Brendan searches where Fuchs is working nowadays and requests the university to contact the doctor in person. However, Fuchs is too busy and he doesn't have time to hear a random fan's rambling. Later that night, Brendan tries to be a better husband and starts getting frisky with Claire, but he pauses in the middle of it because he thinks he can hear Sam calling for him. Frustrated, Claire tells him he should see a grief counselor, give him a few minutes of his time. Fuchs explains that the Mandela effect is just a case of fake memories, however he also thinks they're breadcrumbs left by the simulation we live in glitching after a system update. Brendan points out that if reality is on their way there, they discuss the possibility of the world existing only because a conscious being is observing it. Brendan compares it to video games and how they only load an area when a player enters it. The rest of the time those areas don't exist. So instead of hacking the simulation, what he needs to do is overload it to overwhelm the processor. Only a very powerful machine could do such a thing, and Fuchs reveals this university has a quantum computer. They enter proof of Brendan's presence. The duo immediately goes back to the doctor's house, where Fuchs explains he thinks the simulation tried to stop him because he's a bug in the system, and reminds Brendan that ideas are dangerous things. Brendan worries if the simulation is recreational or wants power, comparing the being behind it to political and corporate power. Later that night Brendan dreams of Sam's death and wakes up when he hears her calling for him again. He rushes to Sam's room and sees a human shadow, which suddenly glitches and disappears. He tries to go for a drive to clear his mind, but he can't stop seeing the world as a giant chain of code connected to a quantum computer. Eventually he falls asleep in the car and wakes up in a random alley downtown. Suddenly he hears a horrible high-pitched sound and he screams in pain as reality starts glitching, only to suddenly blink and wake up in his usual bed. When Brendan leaves the room, he's shocked to see Sam in her own room and Claire comes to drag her to the bathroom. However, when he tries to follow them, he only finds his wife washing her teeth. Brendan thinks he's going crazy and Claire tries her best to comfort him. Afterward, Brendan goes to the library to pick a bunch of books on quantum computing and starts working on a code that could overload the simulation. The next few days Brendan only spends his time coding, which worries Claire. One night, Sam appears in her parents' room and climbs into bed because she had a nightmare. Brendan sleeps peacefully next to her, but in the morning, he wakes up to an empty bed. Thinking it was a dream, Brendan goes downstairs, but this time Sam is there as if nothing happened. Claire and Matt treat her normally too, so Brendan calls everyone he knows to confirm his suspicions. Nobody remembers Sam dying, so reality has been rewritten. He tries to discuss this with Fuchs but he won't answer his calls. Brendan thinks the simulation gave him his daughter back so he would stop the creation of the code, but he doesn't care, he's happy to have Sam back. The family spends lots of time together and is very happy until one night when Claire wakes up from a terrible nightmare in an awful state. She swears she's just fine, but the next day Brendan finds the breakfast burning and Claire spacing out. Determined to cheer her up, Brendan takes the family to paint some pottery together. Suddenly he sees cracks appearing on his pot and Claire gets aggressive, smashing objects on the floor just because they aren't using the color she wants. Brendan decides to return home and tries to make Claire rest, but she keeps staring at Sam and freaking out, saying the girl shouldn't be there. Worried that the reality shift is making his wife sick, Brendan asks Matt to babysit Sam and runs to Fuchs' house, only to be received by the doctor's wife. It turns out he self-deleted 2 months ago because he wasn't taken seriously by the science community. As Brendan thinks he saw Fuchs just 2 days ago, a crack appears on the glass, which he also sees as a sign from the simulation. Determined to make things right, Brendan rushes to his house and starts working on the code again. He also records a video for his family just in case the simulation kills him like he thinks it killed Fuchs. While Brendan works, Matt takes care of Claire, who has become catatonic. When the code is finally ready, Brendan goes to the university and tries to access the quantum computer, only to be blocked by Manning, who tries to call security. Brendan jumps on him to stop him, but he accidentally pushes too hard and Manning hits his head when he lands on the floor, instantly dying. Brendan feels very guilty but he still takes Manning's card key and keeps going. Once he reaches the computer, Brendan implants his code with a USB stick and he watches the numbers go by as the computer lights flicker. Soon the machine starts to make a weird noise, so Brendan rushes outside only to discover that the parking lot is empty and his car is gone. In a blink, he finds himself on a bus and he gets a call from his wife saying she doesn't feel good. At that moment, he notices a passenger glitching as she goes through the bus floor, and a couple nearby have glitching faces too. Brendan gets off the bus and runs through the city, noticing all kinds of glitches going on. The time of the day constantly changes, the trees go through different colors, and there are 2 moons in the sky. Eventually Brendan gets home and rushes to hold his wife and daughter close as the environment around them also glitches like crazy. Claire's face glitches too and she screams in pain while the 2 moons collide in the sky before everything goes pitch black. Then the code appears on the screen as the universe reboots itself from the very beginning of existence, going through dinosaurs, lost civilizations, wars, and the usual important moments of human history. When the reboot finally stops, Brendan is glad to be on the beach with his family again. This time when Sam mentions she'll go looking for shells, Brendan makes her leave the Curious George behind, saving her life. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
Right away, it's pretty much worthless because you have a developer account, but you can't really use the API in any sort of fashion because you don't have an account that is associated with it. So even though you can create a developer account, you will not be able to use the API. So it's very important that you understand before you start any of this process, if you do not have access to a TD Ameritrade account, or you do not personally have a TD Ameritrade account, there's really no point of trying to create a developer account because you will not be able to use the API. Additionally, a lot of people who do have TD Ameritrade think that it, and for no bad reason, but they think that it uses the same functionality that you would see in Thinkorswim. They are not the same. Thinkorswim has its own API, and that is an API that we do not have access to. So it is a private API. You cannot access it as an individual. Now, I have heard rumors that supposedly, you know, if you have enough money with TD Ameritrade, supposedly you can, but I've never been able to validate that. So the next big thing is, if you are thinking that you are going to mimic functionality in Thinkorswim, or you're going to be able to control Thinkorswim using the TD Ameritrade REST API, you are wrong. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. And so they are two distinct APIs. Basically, the REST or the web API is a completely separate entity from the Thinkorswim API. So two different things. Again, if you are trying to mimic behavior in Thinkorswim using this API, then this is not the API for you. Additionally, this library is built in Python, so you will need Python in order to use this particular library. I think there might be other people out there who have a wrapper basically in other language. I personally haven't used them. I think I've seen a few before, but this series is assuming that you are going to be using Python. Additionally, it is assuming that you have a relatively decent understanding of Python. So in this series, I will not be going over things about, you know, what is a list, you know, what are things like dictionaries, how to do loops or if statements. I am assuming that going into this, you have some familiarity with Python and that you're relatively comfortable using Python, I would say, on a consistent basis. So if you don't have that foundation, I would recommend that you can watch this, but I wouldn't necessarily say go out there and start using it, because a lot of times the operations that you can do with this particular library will actually impact your account. So it's very important that you understand that. All right. So with that out of the way, let's go through the process of creating a TD developer account. And then from there, we will go and register a new app. Now, if at any point, you get lost, or, you're like, Alex, I can't follow you, I do have resources where this library is stored. So this is stored on GitHub. I will navigate to that later, but there are resources that I have there that will show you, I don't think I have that extension anymore, but there's resources there like PDF files that will walk you through this process. So first things first. Oh yeah. Good old Facebook. Good old Facebook. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to TD Ameritrade, and it's really developers.tdameritrade.com/APIs. Once you navigate to this page, you will normally be redirected here. If you aren't, you should still see your ribbon up here at the top. Now, assuming that you do not have an account, we need to register an account. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to register an account with TD Ameritrade. So a couple things that you obviously got to give them is your name. So they're going to need, they're going to need your first name. Or way we can use in this case, let's create a new account. We'll do this 4567. So in this, that was my bad. So an email, and then you just process. And so now you need to put so you can see here, copy this. We go through this again, just have to, and then you can say save and log. Okay. And no, you don't need to save it. Okay, and then from here, what I need to do is I need to create a new app, because right now I just have an account, but just because I have an account does not mean I have an app. So you will notice that this new little button up here appears, and it's called My Apps. And so if you go there, you will see that at this point, there's no apps. So we have to add one. Nice little button right here. If you click this, it will say Add New App. And there's a couple pieces of information that you need to provide. The first one is your app name. So in this case, I will call this My New App, and you can name it whatever you want. And then you need a callback. URL. This is also called a redirect URI, This is for the authentication process that we will go through when we basically start up our wonderful app. But whatever you put here, you will have to use this information later. So it's very important that you write this down. If you forget to, you can always access it later, but you do need to remember this information because you need it to go through the authentication process. Luckily for us, we can just use a local host. So a local host basically just refers to your own system. Again, if you want to make it a more specific path, you can just use a / and then you can specify that particular path. So in this case, I will call it my test. And again, you can use whatever redirect URL that you want. I'm assuming probably most people are probably just going to use localhost. Normally, this is if you actually have I would say a real life application where potentially you're going to have users use it and things like that. Then in this case, a localhost URL would not make a lot of sense. And then they do request that you explain, what is the purpose of this application? And we'll say, to make orders and get current quotes. Again, it can be whatever you want. I've literally put in 2 letters and I've never been rejected. So once you do that, make sure you create your app. And I've never been rejected. So once you
The word on the street is.
Hurry up! No, pull over, I have to change. Hurry up. I'm so late. Okay, bye. Hurry up! No, pull over, I have to change. Hurry up. I'm so late.
It's like this, like, what's your fastest hand? I would say probably my left hook. Okay, yeah, well, hey, put your left hand up. Like, just go like this, right? Now I'm gonna throw three jabs. Right. Don't let me hit him. Don't let me hit your hand. So what you want me to do? Just move it out the way. All right. So, now notice the speed of the first two, right? Ready? Yeah. That's 1, 2. Okay, now here's the third one. Don't let me hit it. Ready? Yeah. How the hell? Come on, man. It's like
We've got a hostage situation today. We got to be quick and accurate. We've already been given the green light. We just have to take out the bad guy who's hiding behind a hostage. The situation's getting bad, and they're calling in the snipers. 1,052 yards. Don't worry, miss. Gotcha. We've got a hostage situation today. We got to be quick and accurate. We've already been given the green.
I think it's really important to call out anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, just something I feel obligated to do as a gay man. I work in radio. I've been getting requests for this artist that I've never heard of before. Listen to the song. It was all right. I went to the artist's Twitter page and I got to see this gem.
Remember when Tom McDonald dressed in skin-tight, sparkly onesies and sang songs that 36 other people wrote so he could have the #1 pop song in the country? Yeah, me either.
Let me stop you right there. It's not homophobic to make fun of somebody's outfit. If you're gay, that's great. I'm happy for you. But being gay isn't some invisibility cloak that automatically makes you off limits to criticism. And you know what? I didn't make any mention of the fact that Sam Smith is gay at all. I didn't say Sam Smith had to like dudes to go #1. I said he wore a sparkly onesie and needed a whole bunch of people to help write a song to go #1. Also, I make fun of straight people all the time. Joe Biden's straight, and he's an idiot. So in closing, I'll say f anybody who hates you because
I wanted to prove that an average woodworker with no social media page could make $1,000 in a weekend, and here's how I did it. My goal was to spend less than $100 and sell it for $1,000 profit, so I have about $90 worth of walnut total. This is some just average looking walnut boards. I liked the sapwood on it, even though sapwood is generally a cheaper wood, and what I'm going to be doing is I am building an end table, and to do this, I just need to cut a perfect circle here, which wasn't terribly hard, and there's a number of different ways to do this. I'm sure the first thing people are going to say is, yes, you have a huge, awesome shop, but you don't need a huge, awesome shop. You just need some relatively standard woodworking tools, not necessarily standard tools for every garage, but average woodworker tools. And the key to this is this sculpted table base. I used my cut saw disc on my angle grinder, carved it into a shape, sanded it smooth, finished the top, put these up on Etsy for $1,200. They sat there for a week. Again, just a totally fake page that I made up. Somebody bought them for $1,200 and I was thrilled. I wanted to prove that an average woodworker with no social media page could make $1,000 in a weekend, and here's how I did it. My goal was to spend less than $100 and
that if you have a TD Ameritrade account, when you get transferred over to Schwab, they will carry over the same level of service that you had at TD Ameritrade. Should you open an account with TD Ameritrade or Charles Schwab? The answer is real simple. If you're into day trading, if you trade futures or Forex, and you like to use margin, you need to open an account with TD Ameritrade. Although Charles Schwab is gonna prompt you to open an account with them, you can still open an account with TD Ameritrade. So on the website of Charles Schwab, they say, however, if you're interested in trading futures and Forex products or using portfolio margin, then we recommend that you open an account with TD Ameritrade for the best experience, okay? Now, I, as a day trader, and because of the whole Charles Schwab margin below $3, blah, 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 they don't allow settlement margin for stocks below $3, which is killing me, Smalls. It's a big mistake, and we had our previous video talking about that. Now, they're saying at Schwab that in early 2024 that they're going to bring all these Forex futures trading portfolio margin. It's going to be available early 2024. At this point, I'm not believing anything I'm reading. Charles Schwab, they say we're going to transfer accounts next month. It's going to be done next week. And it always just, it's totally different. So that's what they say on their website. And so, but the fact remains, even though Thinkorswim is available to Schwab customers, I believe, at least that's the way Schwab makes it seem, even though you can sign up for Schwab and use Thinkorswim if you're thinking about day trading, and they, in fact, they even do futures. And in fact, they even do, they have margin at Schwab. But if you're actually interested in day trading my technique, right? This is buying the dips in and out, cutting the trade if it doesn't work, right? This is a new trade style that was not on YouTube when I developed it, right? Yes, day trading and scalping has been around forever. Yes, it has. But with the free commissions, with the settlement margin, the TD Ameritrade just had a beautiful setup. You could take 500 trades in a day, right? And this goes against every trading guru that I ever have fallen upon. They always said, set your stop, less is more. With this strategy, you want to be able to trade a lot. You want to be able to trade a lot, okay? So where am I going with this? The point is, Charles Schwab, if you watched the last video, is not allowing settlement margin on stocks below $3. And as scalpers of penny stocks, many of our stocks are in fact $3 or less, or worth $3 or less. Now the formula for not allowing your account to use margin, not leverage, just simple margin, right? Because the T+2 rule, if you have questions, ask me in the comments. Anyways, sign up with TD Ameritrade, because the word on the street is that if you have a TD Ameritrade account, when you get transferred over to Schwab, they will carry over the same level of service that you had at TD Ameritrade. Okay, this is just a rumor I heard from one of my students, right? So the validity of it may be not true, but you know, there's talks that, oh yeah, we're gonna have portfolio margin over at Schwab in early 2024. That's good, right? But they don't have it yet. And so people that have their accounts over at Schwab now, they're having issues taking trades like they used to at TD Ameritrade, which TD Ameritrade had a beautiful setup. So hopefully Schwab is listening. Hopefully Schwab knows about this and they go ahead and just allow settlement margin over for all accounts. But yes, for now, guys, if you're into futures, Forex, if you want to do my technique, my trading technique, which is a lot of shares, a lot of trades, in and out, buying the dips, using market orders, right? This is what I brought to the community 2 years ago. And now, you know, everyone's doing it, whether they like to admit it or not. And so if you want to do this strategy, open an account with TD Ameritrade. You still can, even if Charles Schwab tries to suck you into signing up for Schwab. Sign
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today I'll be showing you guys how to stream time and sales data using the TD Ameritrade API. If this is your first time watching how to use the streamer, I recommend you watch my introduction video, which I show you how to build the JSON blocks to log in, log out, and retrieve your account information in order for you to use the streamer. Now, in order to get time and sales data, we need to build the right JSON blocks. And after testing this a few times, I was only able to get equity and futures data. And according to the documentation, you could also get options and Forex. But it looks like the options time and sales streaming was disabled by TD Ameritrade. So I'm not sure if that's coming back, but I'll show you how to build the JSON blocks in case they re-enable this feature. So within the script, we need to source all of our functions needed to run the streamer. So let's go take a look at that script.
down. It wasn't anything crazy. And this is to a much higher multitude, much more supportive once.
Okay, we're recording now.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders an expanded
Forex.com, committed to helping improve your trading skills with innovative tools. Our exclusive performance.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Bear Trap podcast. My name is John Kirby. This is going to be another. I actually recently did an interview with Jas, educating about gamma exposure. I know there's a lot of this gamma exposure stuff, but you might still. With the interview with Jasper, we sort of more fundamental, important understanding of what the tool is saying, what it means when it's saying that. And I think that that's really important. I don't think it's worth skipping over and just jumping to using it, because whenever something goes wrong, right, if you don't know what the basis is, then you're not going to be able to understand what happened, and you're not going to be able to correct for your mistakes, etc. So I think that really understanding this part of options is very important. The other thing to say is there is a lot of gamma exposure content out there. So this is by no means going to be the most exhaustive or the best. There's a lot of resources like Spot Gamma, Gamma Edge, any array of gamma names, articles online, whatnot. The Bear Trap Discord itself is a great resource as well. But what I'm trying to do is just provide something relatively short so that you'll be able to get a deep dive quickly and know more or less what's going on. So you'll see on my screen, I have GexBot up already. It's running live. And this is just kind of where we're going to start. So for most of those of you who have traded options before, you know, right, that like options are distributed across strikes. You can buy a call, or you can buy calls or puts. You can sell calls or puts. And so there's essentially those 4 possibilities, right? 4 really, really basic possibilities. Then in order for those transactions to happen, you also know that, well, somebody has to be on the other side of them, right? Like if you're going to buy a call, somebody has to sell it to you, right? Because these are fundamentally contracts between people or institutions or whatever. And it's an arrangement that we make. If I buy a 4090 SPX call from you expiring today, then, you know, I make $100 per point for every point at expiry above 4090. A lot of times, that was me drinking coffee, by the way. A lot of times when people talk about gamma exposure, they talk about the market makers. And what they mean by market makers are whoever's on the other side of that transaction. And the implicit assumption there is, hey, most of the people or most of the entities on the other side of that transaction are larger entities, which are performing the function of giving immediacy to market participants, right? So for instance, if I wanted to buy a very specific option and there was nobody out there to sell it to me, it might take me a really long time to make that transaction happen. Whereas if there's an intermediary and that intermediary is buying and selling options all the way along the chain all the time, then they could sell me the option that I want and compensate with 2 of a different option. So essentially bringing buyers and sellers together. What ends up happening, though, and the reason that people talk about market makers when it comes to gamma exposure is that there is often a sort of a buildup of inventory. And then that's what we call exposure. It essentially means, well, so many people have transacted so much of this thing that if the market were to go, in a particular direction, say in this case above 4090, if we've all bought 4090 calls, well, whoever's on the other side of that is going to be in trouble, leading to the enigmatic gamma squeeze. Of course, it's important to remember that, hey, actually, a lot of times when people tell you really basic